Hello everybody and welcome to my Digimon World low stats challenge. I believe that the most recent video that I uploaded for Digimon World was the overpowered Agumon run, where I did most of the game with Agumon as my Digimon. With maximum stats, 9,999 HP and MP, 999 attack, defense, speed and brains, as well as the most powerful technique that Agumon is able to learn and use, Magma Bomb. And now I'm doing a challenge which is very much the opposite, in that I'm very restricted when it comes to stats. In this challenge, I aim to earn as many prosperity points as I'm able to earn, and throughout the whole of the challenge, my HP and MP have to stay under 1,000, whereas my attack, defense, speed and brains have to stay under 100. And that is the rule for the whole of the challenge. There's not one single point in which it can be permitted for my HP or MP to reach or exceed 1,000, or for my attack, defense, speed or brains to reach or exceed 100. My stats have to stay under the threshold for the whole of the challenge. And obviously, well, I'll get to the more obvious bit in a moment. I'd like to begin with the less obvious bit, and that's that I'm going to be restricted when it comes to Digivolutions, because most Digivolutions, particularly natural Digivolutions, result in a stat increase, and if I was to Digivolve and it was to result in a stat increase where one of my stats fails to stay under the threshold, then that is going to be an instant foul. And so when it comes to Digivolutions, I'm going to have to Digivolve in ways where I'm able to keep my stats down. And this will likely restrict me to having to Digivolve to Unimon or Sukamon, or Digivolve via the use of Digivolution items. Digivolve into Sukamon results in your stats being reduced by half. Digivolving to Unimon results in your stats being reduced by 20%. Digivolve into Unimon results in your stats staying the same. Digivolving via Digivolution items results in your stats staying the same. Digivolutions where stats will stay the same or go down won't be a problem, but Digivolutions where stats go up will be a problem if it means failing to keep my stats under the limits. As for the more obvious difficulties surrounding this challenge, I'm going to be very limited when it comes to training. I'm going to be limited when it comes to battles, because winning battles results in stat increases. And it's going to be very difficult to make progress with the game because of the battles that I will have to win in order to make progress with the game. The battles that I would have to win in order to recruit Digimon. And if I'm going to have to be keeping HP and MP under 1000 and keeping attack, defense, speed and brains under 100, then it's needless to say that I am going to have a very hard time with battles, and therefore have a very hard time with the challenge itself when it comes to general progress with the game and recruiting Digimon. But I'm taking the challenge on, and I just want to see how well I can do, see how much progress I can make, see how many prosperity points I can earn, and just, you know, see how the challenge unfolds. I am aware of the like the main difficulties that I'm going to have. I am aware of potential solutions to some of the difficulties. You know, I'm aware of ways of being able to reduce the level of difficulty that comes from the challenge. So I am, you know, equipped with some ideas, but I can't say that this challenge is going to be easy, because I know that it most certainly will not be. When I started the game, I did do a bit of training to make myself a bit better ahead of the battle against Agumon and other battles that I plan to have while I've got Agumon as my Digimon, but I ensured that my stats stayed under the limits, and I will continue to ensure that I keep my stats below the necessary amounts in accordance to this challenge. The battle against Agumon is the only battle I've had so far. The recruitment of Agumon has been the only recruitment so far, but I've managed to encounter Coelamon and gain access to the tropical jungle, and I really do not fancy taking Piximon on. That would most certainly be a death wish. But from coming up here, I can recruit Betamon. Once I acknowledge the Digimon Bridge, I'll be able to return to the Cola Point and recruit Coelamon. And before that, my focus is on the Amida Forest and the recruitment of Centarumon. If you've seen previous videos of mine, then you've probably predicted that when I go to the Amida Forest, I'm not just interested in recruiting Centarumon, I'm also interested in collecting a Mouldy Meat, Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc from the Amida Forest, and I will intentionally foul at Centarumon's recruitment until I get all 3 of those items. I use the same route every time until I get to here, and then what I do next depends on where the correct exit is. I can pick the exit on the left without any hassle. The exit on the left wasn't the correct exit, and oh, Happy Mushroom. And I wanted to avoid the correct exit, so I was able to just go to the exit on the left without any trouble. If the exit on the left is the correct exit, then I would have to pick one of the 2 other exits, and that will be a bit less... Okay, we've actually encountered it. It'll be a bit less straightforward because going to one of the other exits will require getting shot, as you've just witnessed. And, okay, I need to get shot again, and my HP has fallen to 1, which means that I've been sent back to the start of the Amida Forest, but all I need to do is recover some HP with a small recovery, and then I'll be able to explore the Amida Forest again. I'm just waiting for a high speed disc. I will be... Okay, there's a high speed disc. I was about to say I'll just be repeating the same actions until a high speed disc pops up, but we have now found one and I need to discard something in order to make room for it. I would say that the defense disc has the least value out of the items that I've got. And now I want the correct exit, which is on the right and has required getting shot, but my HP has remained above 1, so I'll be able to do this and add Centarumon to the city. Puts us up to 4 prosperity points. From here I plan to backtrack to the Cola Point, recruit Coelamon, then continue with the backtracking back to the city. By then I'll have 6 prosperity points, and if I speak to Cherrymon, she'll mention about the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon. You need to have a minimum of 6 prosperity points in order for Cherrymon to inform you of the invisible bridge, and Cherrymon is available between 7 AM and 6 PM. It's currently 7 PM, which means that we won't be able to speak to Cherrymon for a minimum of 12 hours, but not to worry, we could make other progress in the meantime. The The whole system with the prosperity points is simple enough. Recruiting rookie Digimon earns you 1 prosperity point. Recruiting champion Digimon earns you 2 prosperity points. Recruiting ultimate Digimon earns you 3 prosperity points. The only exception is the 3 filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon and Nanimon. They are all champion Digimon, but their recruitments only earn you 1 prosperity point, because they're not considered to be much use. And you can see that Agumon wants to sleep, but I'm not letting him sleep. I'm choosing to keep him awake, and the reason for that is because there is a lot of progress that I plan to make, and time is a limited resource. So instead of letting Agumon sleep, which would result in us losing many hours to Agumon sleeping, I'm choosing to keep him awake against his will so that I can make progress with the game during his inactive hours as well as his active hours. And if you keep your Digimon awake against their will, then when the clock strikes a new hour, your Digimon's happiness and discipline will go down. If it's something that you keep doing, eventually your Digimon will end up getting sick. But there is a way of bypassing this. If you produce an animation while the clock strikes a new hour, it won't register. Your happiness and discipline won't be impacted, and you won't make any progress towards becoming sick. And at the moment, so far, I think I've produced an animation every time by scolding Agumon. That does mean that happiness will still go down, but discipline will go up, and I won't be making any progress towards becoming sick. If I didn't produce an animation, then happiness and discipline would both be negatively impacted, and I would also be making progress towards becoming sick, which is something that I want to be avoiding. There are different ways of producing animations. Praising is one of them, scolding is another. Another one would be offering your Digimon an item. So if your Digimon wants, let's say your Digimon is showing you the food bubble, then your Digimon wants to eat, and if you were to time it so that you feed your Digimon when the clock strikes a new hour, then that's another way of producing an animation. There are other items that you could offer to your Digimon. But so far I think I've just scolded every time, and I'm choosing to scold instead of praise, because my discipline is lower than my happiness. If that was to change, then praising might be a more logical choice rather than scolding. If I'm not going to be letting Agumon sleep, then obviously he's not going to recover any tiredness from sleeping, because he's not going to be sleeping. But we can still recover tiredness by resting. In Digimon's house, there's the chair that you can rest on, which reduces tiredness by a certain amount, recovers HP and MP by 300. But resting at the clinic is a more effective way of resting. It reduces tiredness by a larger amount and recovers HP and MP by 500. And when I returned to the city after recruiting Centarumon, I rested twice at the clinic, refilling my HP and MP to the maximum, reducing tiredness by a fair bit. And also, now that I've spoken to Centarumon, it means that Unimon will spawn at Mount Panorama, and therefore when we go to Mount Panorama we will be able to recruit Unimon. It's just, in order for Unimon to show up at Mount Panorama, you need to have recruited Centarumon, and you need to have spoken to him so that you're aware of the clinic. And then Unimon will show up in Mount Panorama. He'll be injured. You can aid his injury to an extent by giving him an item which recovers HP, or a bandage or medicine, and then you'll mention to him about the clinic in the city, and he'll then join the city. Okay, so HP is close to 1,000. Attack and defense are close to 100. I need to be mindful of that. Speed and brains are a bit further away from 100, and MP is well under 1,000. I felt able to train my defense because it was quite a bit lower than my attack. Even though I want to be keeping... even though I need to be keeping my stats under the thresholds, That doesn't mean that I want my stats to be as bad as possible. Having better stats will obviously mean that battles will be easier, battles will be more winnable. So that's why I am doing some training. You know, I'm trying to improve my stats. You know, I'm trying to get them better for battles that I'm going to be getting into. But I need to be careful because I need to ensure that my stats stay under the thresholds. I haven't spoke to Cherrymon yet because it's still not 7 AM, but it's only about half an hour away. I will ensure that I do speak to Cherrymon. But before I go to the Great Canyon, I would like to see to the recruitments of Palmon and Kunemon, and I would also like to have the battle against Drimogemon here in the drill tunnel, and that's the very next thing that we are going to be doing. With this Drimogemon defeated, the Drimogemon in the underground pond will now show an interest in us. If we just went to the underground pond without defeating this Drimogemon here in the residential area, then the Drimogemon in the underground pond would essentially just dismiss us. But if you battle the Drimogemon, well, defeat the Drimogemon in the residential area first, then the Drimogemon in the underground pond will take an interest in you. I was about to leave the drill tunnel and then remembered I haven't been to the underground pond yet. And the Drimogemon will offer you the opportunity to carry dirt for him. You can agree to the dirt carrying, and there are 10 bits of dirt that you would have to carry in total. If you carry all of them, and then you leave the underground pond and re-enter, the Drimogemon would have dug through to the next part of the drill tunnel. There's a boulder blocking the way, which your Digimon is able to move, providing that your Digimon is at least a champion, so either a champion or an ultimate. And once the boulder gets cleared, you then have access to the lava cave where you can recruit Mirrormon and make progress towards the recruitments of Drimogemon and Leomon. If you don't do the dirt carrying, then after you speak to Drimogemon, he will still dig through to the next part of the drill tunnel, except it will take 5 days for him to manage it. I spoke to the Drimogemon and declined to carry the dirt. I spoke to him because you have to speak to him in order for him to dig through to the next part of the drill tunnel, regardless of whether you do the dirt carrying or decline. And I did it to get the ball rolling with progress towards the lava cave. The Drimogemon will be done in 5 days' time, which will be day 7, because today is day 2. I used a small recovery at the end of the battle, even though my HP was less than 500 away from being full. I did that just to reduce the risk of Agumon getting injured. It's possible for your Digimon to get injured after a battle. Having higher tiredness increases the risk of injury, and finishing a battle with your HP being less full also increases the risk of injury. So I recovered my HP to the maximum as a way of reducing the risk of injury. And I do need to be careful because my attack and defense are at 97, only 3 away from 100. I can only afford for my attack and defense to go up by 2 more. When you do the dirt carrying for Drimogemon, for each bit of dirt that you carry, he presents you with 500 bits, and your Digimon's HP goes up by 50, attack and defense go up by 5. Therefore, if you carry your 10 bits of dirt, you get presented with 5,000 bits, and your Digimon's HP goes up by 500, attack and defense goes up by 50. I'm in a position where I can't currently afford to have those stat increases because it would result in me failing at the challenge, because my HP, attack and defense would get too high. HP wouldn't stay under 1,000, attack and defense wouldn't stay under 100. So instead of doing the dirt carrying, I decided just to speak to the Drimogemon, then leave him, and in 5 days' time, he would have dug through to the next part of the drill tunnel. So I can't really do any more with the drill tunnel at the moment. Progress is pretty much pending. Once we get to day 7, I'll have access to the next part of the drill tunnel. Obviously, item chips have pretty much no value in this challenge. You know, item chips cause your stats to increase. This is a challenge where I need to be keeping my stats down. So, item chips are pretty much only going to be good for selling. Okay, battle 1, but what's it gonna do to my stats? Okay, attack and defense are still under 100, HP is still under 1000, but attack and defense are only 1 away, which means that at the moment I probably can't get into any more battles while being able to keep my stats under the thresholds. Because of that, I am intentionally getting my happiness and discipline down to the minimum as a result of praising and scolding. That's resulted in Agumon getting the butterfly, which the butterfly causes your Digimon's happiness to go back up, but at the expense of your stats. The butterfly causes your stats to decrease, and by doing that I should then wind up in a position where I am able to have more battles, and without the stat increase from the battle causing my stats to pass the threshold. Normally you wouldn't want the butterfly, but in this challenge the butterfly is actually very useful, because it will massively help with fulfilling the requirement of keeping my stats where they need to be. Very good for preventing my stats from getting too high and failing the challenge as a result of it. Anyways, we're up to 8 prosperity points. We've had Cherrymon inform us of the invisible bridge, so I'll now be heading in the direction of the Great Canyon. I'm very pleased about defeating the Drimogemon and getting the ball rolling with the lava cave. The recruitment of Kunemon was a good recruitment, because his shortcut is very useful. He creates a shortcut connecting the city to the Digimon bridge. Not to mention that the money made from the battle and selling the item chip that he dropped gave us what was a nice amount of money for this stage of the game. Okay, attack and defense are now at 96, they've gone down a bit, but happiness is still low. The butterfly will probably reappear at some point. The butterfly got interrupted by Agumon needing the toilet. There are certain bubbles that will stop the butterfly from showing or cause the butterfly to go away, but the butterfly is now back. Palmon was also a useful recruit, not just because of the money and the item chip, but also because you have to recruit Palmon as progress towards being able to recruit Vegimon. Palmon upgrades the meat farm. When you recruit Palmon, Tainamon moves onto a different spot, and if you speak to Tainamon when she's on her new spot, while having a minimum of 9 prosperity points, she'll mention about a strange plant that's growing in the tropical jungle, and also on day 15 of each year, a rain plant will appear next to Tainamon. You also need to have recruited Palmon in order for the rain plants to feature. Available on day 15 of every year, and you have to go to the tropical jungle with the rain plant and use it to produce Frigimon, and he then joins the city afterwards. And the rain plant is strictly only available on day 15. If you don't get it on day 15, it won't be available on day 16, and you would have to wait until the following year before having an opportunity to get another rain plant. So it's crucial that you get it on day 15, but it's not something we need to worry about at the moment. Day 15 is a long way into the future. Okay, and we now have enough prosperity points in order for Tainamon to mention about the strange plant growing at the tropical jungle, and you do need her to tell you about it in order for it to appear in the tropical jungle. Yeah, we were at 8 prosperity points. We needed 9. Bakemon's put us from 8 prosperity points to 10 prosperity points, so we can at least have Tainamon mention about the plant that's growing at the tropical jungle, but we won't be going back to the city just yet. I plan to explore the Great Canyon and the areas beyond the Great Canyon, Freezeland, Misty Trees, Geko Swamp, Gear Savannah, Trash Mountain, Mount Panorama. So it's going to be a while before we return to the city, but it's okay. Tainamon will be ready when we are. I'm going to prioritize making other progress in the meantime. Another handy thing about Palmon's recruit is that she gives you giant meat instead of meat, which is what Tainamon gives you. And giant meat is actually an item, well, one of the items which is needed as progress towards the recruitment of Mojyamon. There are 3 Mojyamons in Freezeland who want to trade items with you. They each have 3 items that they wish to trade, and in order to recruit Mojyamon, you have to trade at least one of every item with every Mojyamon, which means having to trade all 9 of the items at least once. And giant meat is one of the items that's needed for a trade. Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc are two of the other items that are needed for trades, hence why I was eager to collect them from the Amida Forest, progress towards Moljamon's recruitment. I also grinded for a mouldy meat at the Amida Forest, and that's progress towards Frigimon's recruitment. In order to recruit Frigimon, you have to go to Freezeland with a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather very well. The Digimon needs to get sick. You then need Frigimon to rescue you. And if you then return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, speak to Frigimon and he'll join the city afterwards. Agumon is a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather very well. I plan to take the first step towards Frigimon's recruitment with Agumon as my Digimon. I plan for Agumon to become sick in Freezeland and for Frigimon to rescue us. And the quickest and easiest way to make your Digimon sick is by giving it a mouldy meat. If you give a mouldy meat to your Digimon, it makes your Digimon sick 100% of the time, and that just makes the first part of Frigimon's recruitment a bit easier. Moving our attention onto the curling, because that's what we're doing at the moment. I didn't have any pegged stones. If I did, then I would have used the pegged stones first. It makes the most sense to use pegged stones first, because pegged stones can't be moved. If you put a pegged stone onto a good spot, then your opponent can't knock it off the good spot, can't knock it onto the bad spot, because pegged stones, they stick and can't be moved. But I didn't have any pegged stones, so instead I started by using the heaviest stone that I have. In my opinion, it makes sense to use your heavier stones first and leave your lighter stones until later on. Because it's harder for your opponent to knock heavier stones off of good spots or onto bad spots. It's easier for your opponent to knock lighter stones off of good spots or onto bad spots. And when it comes to trying to knock your opponent's stones off of good spots or onto bad spots, it's easier to do that with lighter stones. That's why I usually use heavier stones first and save the lighter stones until later. The heavier stones to try and do a better job at holding their position on good spots, away from bad spots, and then reserve lighter stones. If I end up needing to knock my opponent's stones about, then it will be easier to do that with lighter stones rather than heavier stones. So we're about to approach the first Mojyamon. He's one of the Mojyamon that wants a happy mushroom. which I grinded for at the Amida Forest. The other two items, Digimushroom and Super Carrot, I don't have a Super Carrot as of yet, but did have Digimushrooms. And in exchange for Digimushrooms, you get medium recoveries, which is a very good trade. Medium recoveries cost 500 bits to purchase from the shop. Not only that, but medium recoveries are one of the items that's wanted by a different Mojyamon, and in exchange you get super defense discs, which can be sold for 2,000 bits, enough money to buy 4 medium recoveries. This Mojyamon wants the high speed disc that I grinded for, plus one of the giant meats that I got from Palmon. The other item that he wants, Black Trout, don't have that yet. And then this is the Mojyamon who wants medium recoveries, which I have, as well as Omni Floppies and Digianchovies, which I don't currently have. When I was in the city, I spent most of my money on medium recoveries, and I did that with the intention of trading the medium recoveries for super defense discs and selling the super defense discs at a substantial profit. And while exploring the game, I have been going out of my way a lot, looking for various items, including Digimushrooms. And the reason why I've been looking out for Digimushrooms is because of the intention to trade the Digimushrooms for medium recoveries, and then trade the medium recoveries for super defense discs and sell the super defense discs. Progress towards Moljamon's recruitment, and also something that you can make a lot of money from. Trade Digimushrooms for medium recoveries, trade the medium recoveries for super defense discs, sell the super defense discs for 2,000 bits. Each Digimushroom that you collect essentially has the value of 2,000 bits when you look at things from that perspective. I will continue to look out for Digimushrooms for the time being, as well as other items as well, such as Happy Mushrooms, Ice Mushrooms, Blue Apples, Dulux Mushrooms, etc., etc. Hopefully, I can make it through the misty trees without too many problems. Where's this going to take me? It took me exactly where I wanted it to take me. When I'm within close proximity of random Digimon who I want to be avoiding, sometimes I will mash the infantry button as a way of being able to slow down the game and essentially play in slow motion. It's in the interest of trying to help with avoiding getting into unwanted battles. Okay, we're entering the Geko Swamp. I do plan to battle Otamamon, but not right now. You have to defeat Otamamon in battle in order to gain access to the Volume Villa and speak to Shogun Gekomon. But rather than get him to show up there and then, I've decided to come to Gear Savannah first, so that I can go to the secret item shop, sell the unwanted items that I've got, and then purchase Digimon cards to the value of 300 merit points. Then backtrack to the Geko Swamp, battle Otamamon, speak to Shogun Gekomon. He will inform me about Cherrymon, and then I can use I can trade in the Digimon cards, and then purchase the amazing rod. Before I go to the secret item shop, there are a few other things I'm going to be doing first, such as helping myself to the old rod. Now we can recruit Sukamon. I think we could do with getting our MP a bit higher. Especially seeing as I don't have any MP floppies on me. I don't have any way of recovering MP. I put my MP floppies into the item bank before heading to Freezeland, because my inventory was pretty full from items that were needed, the mouldy meat for making Agumon sick, the items that were needed for Mojyamon trades. I knew I was going to collect a defense chip at the Great Canyon Bridge. It was possible that I would stumble upon other items as well. Small recoveries needed for being able to heal during the Otamamon battle. Also we'll need one for aiding Unimon. But MP floppies I will be able to get by without, because I can sleep before the Otamamon battle. I know I said about keeping Agumon awake against his will, but by the time we return to the Geko Swamp, Agumon probably won't sleep for an enormous amount of time. He wakes up at 4 AM. By sleeping, I can save and also recover MP. And having trained, yeah, I'll have more MP going into the battle. Okay, so Penguinmon put us up to 11 prosperity points, Sukamon put us up to 12, Biyomon put us up to 13. I will be recruiting Elecmon, but not just yet. Because I'm heading to the secret item shop in Gear Savannah, then backtracking to the Geko Swamp, then returning to Gear Savannah and passing through to Mount Panorama, the area that Elecmon is in. I'm going to pass through that area 3 times, once already, a second time when returning for Otamamon, and then a third time when heading for Mount Panorama. I can leave his recruitment until I pass through his area for the 3rd time. There's a medium recovery in Mount Panorama, so rather than purchase 99 medium recoveries and then be unable to collect the one in Mount Panorama, makes more sense to buy 98, collect the one in Mount Panorama, bring it up to 99. Mega Seadramon will get me 100 points. This makes it 130, 160, and then the others will bring it up to 190. Then I need to purchase packs of 3 until I've got the value of 300 merit points. Let's see how we're doing. 100, 130, 160, 170, 80, 90, 200, 210, 20, 240, 260, 270, 85, 95, 300, 305, 310. I'm not interested in the 1-pointers. And we can sell 2 of the 5-pointers. So 5, 15, 30, 35, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 170, 200, 300. When you recruit Elecmon, you have to get shocked by him 3 times, which in total zaps your HP by 60%. And also, after you recruit him, the area that he's in gets replaced by random Digimon. There'll be random Digimon roaming around. If I had recruited him at the first opportunity, then there would have been random enemies roaming around when I passed through Elecmon's area just then, and there would be random enemies roaming around again when I will pass through the area for a third time. So rather than recruit him at the first opportunity and then have to avoid random Digimon roaming around, to me it makes more sense to leave him initially so that there won't be random Digimon roaming around, because it will be Elecmon instead. Then recruit him when I pass through for the third time. Then I can leave and won't have to worry about random Digimon roaming around. Yeah, this is going to consume about 4.5 hours, and it's going to provide us with a safety net, because we've just saved. So if something was to go wrong, then all we have to do is reset. Attack and defense are 93. I don't think there's any risk of this battle resulting in our stats becoming too high. When it comes to finishes, I really need to work on my timing. Yeah, attack and defense have gone up by 2, putting them up to 95, so, you know, below 100, which is, you know, my stats are where they need to be. I'll now be able to get through the misty trees easily. I'll be able to encounter Cherrymon easily. And once I get the amazing rod, that will make catching a Digianchovy and Black Trout easy. Two of the items that are needed for Mojyamon trades. And also catching Seadramon will be a lot easier with the amazing rod rather than the old rod. Seadramon is available 2 hours a day, once at 8 AM and then again at 5 PM. He doesn't exactly join the city, but you still get 2 prosperity points when you become friends with him. And he can take you to Beetleland, where it's possible to recruit Kuwagamon and Cherrymon. But at the moment, we'll only be able to recruit Kuwagamon, because in order to be able to recruit Cherrymon, you have to recruit Greymon first. Betamon, his recruitment is going to be getting delayed until later on. Elecmon, we are about to see to his recruitment, and then we will be done with the Gear Savannah for the time being. I will pass through Mount Panorama, take the first step towards recruiting Betamon by acknowledging the crop circle that's there, recruit Unimon, and also collect the items that are in the Mount Panorama. I think it's a medium recovery, medium MP, and various. And then by entering the native forest from Mount Panorama, it will clear the boulders that are currently separating the 2 locations, meaning that I'll have easy access from the native forest to Mount Panorama, and vice versa. Is there a... Okay, I need to be careful here because I want to be avoiding the toilet, but I'm also looking out for items as well. I want Agumon to mess on the floor, because I'm filling up the virus gorge. Okay, I just waited. Now it's safe to pass the toilet. There's something that I was saying, and then I got distracted by Agumon needing the toilet, and now I forgot what I was saying. Oh right, yeah, the boulders. Initially, you can't get from the native forest to Mount Panorama because there are boulders blocking the way, and there's only 2 ways of being able to clear the boulders. Either you have to battle Miramon in the lava cave, and that clears the boulders, or you have to do what I've done, which is enter Mount Panorama the long way, travelling to the Great Canyon, Freezeland, Misty Trees, Geko Swamp, Deer Savannah, Mount Panorama, and then just leave Mount Panorama in the way where you enter the native forest and the boulders are gone afterwards. I'm not sure if there's any requirements for Seadramon featuring at the Dragon Eye Lake. Obviously, you have to go there either at 8 AM or 5 PM. Obviously, you need a fishing rod in order to be able to catch him. But I don't know if there's any requirements for him simply showing up. Cherrymon's article board does have an article which refers to Seadramon, and I used to think that you had to read the article in order for Seadramon to feature at the Dragon Eye Lake, but this isn't true, and it's going to be demonstrated when I encounter Seadramon. The only requirement that there might be, apart from going there at the right time and having a fishing rod, the only requirement that there might be is a certain number of prosperity points, but I don't know what the required number of prosperity points is. But if there is a required amount of prosperity points, then what I do know is that my current number of prosperity points is more than enough in order for Seadramon to show up. I have 16 prosperity points. Elecmon made it 14. Unimon made it 16. I've got 3 meats, 1 for Seadramon, 1 for a Digi-Anchovy, 1 for a black trout, and if I speak to Palmon, she will give me today's supply of giant meat. I can also talk to Tainamon and have her inform me of the plant that's growing at the tropical jungle. I haven't really explained... Well, I haven't really commented much on the fact that I haven't been taking Agumon to the toilet and that I've been intentionally letting him mess on the floor. And I've been doing that on purpose because I want to be filling up the virus gorge, because when the virus gorge reaches the maximum, your Digimon digivolves to Sukamon. It's one of the special Digivolutions which exists in this game, and in this individual challenge, Sukamon is particularly valuable, and so I want to be getting the virus gorge so that it's one away from being full, and then I will have the freedom of being able to Digivolve to Sukamon when the timing is convenient. If the virus gorge is just one away from being full, then I'll be in a position where I only need to mess on the floor once more in order to Digivolve to Sukamon. Conveniently, it's 8 AM. That's pretty good timing for returning to... It's good timing that I returned to the city when I did, because I can encounter Seadramon. Yeah, despite the fact that Cherrymon hasn't been recruited and that there's been no mention of Seadramon on Cherrymon's article board, I've still been able to encounter Seadramon. I can't recruit Cherrymon at the moment, but I can recruit Kuwagamon, and I now have easy access to Beetleland. I don't have to go to the Dragon Eye Lake at a specific time in order to be able to go to Beetleland. Seadramon gave me the blue flute, so if I go to Beetleland at any time, I can play the blue flute. Seadramon will show up and then escort me to Beetleland. The blue flute will also be handy for producing animations when the clock strikes a new hour. I'm going to be keeping Digimon awake against their will. And we'll be in need of animations when the clock is about to strike a new hour. And one way of doing this without having any adverse effects on your happiness or discipline or anything like that is to produce the animation by offering the blue flute to your Digimon. It's impossible for your Digimon to take the blue flute. They will reject it. But we will still have the animation of us offering it to our Digimon and our Digimon refusing. So that would be a good way of getting animations when our Digimon wants to sleep and we're about to enter a new hour. Now, our days of fishing are not done. We have a Digi-Anchovy and a black trout to catch. When that's done, I will head back to Freezeland. I will trade my 99 medium recoveries for 99 super defense discs. And then I will sell the super defense discs at a large profit. I will also trade the Digi-Anchovy, but I won't trade the black trout. Instead, I will store that in the item bank for the time being. See, when you recruit Mojyamon, it's possible for any of the 3 Mojyamons to be the Mojyamon that joins the city. The Mojyamon who you do the 9th and final trade with is the Mojyamon that will join the city. And the Mojyamon that joins the city, you lose the ability to do trading with that individual Mojyamon, whereas the other 2 Mojyamons remain in Freezeland and you can continue to do trading with them. The Mojyamon that wants a black trout, he's the Mojyamon who I value the least when it comes to the trading that you can do with him. So I like him to be the Mojyamon who joins the city, so that I don't lose the ability to do trades with either of the 2 other Mojyamons. And that means that the 9th and final trade has to be done with that particular Mojyamon. And out of the 3 items that he wants, I've already traded 2 of them, Giant Meat and High Speed Disc. If I was to trade the black trout with him, then that would be all 3 of his trades done. And if I was to do all 3 of his trades before doing all 3 of the trades with both of the other Mojyamons, then it wouldn't be possible for that Mojyamon to be the one that joins the city. So I want to delay trading the black trout until I do all of the other trades with the 2 other Mojyamons. Then trade the black trout, have it as the 9th and final trade, and then that Mojyamon will join the city, and losing the ability to trade with him won't be any great loss. We're up to 20 prosperity points, and if my partner Digimon wasn't a rookie, if my partner Digimon was either a champion or an ultimate, then speaking to Digimon there and then would have created the opportunity for us to battle Greymon. If you speak to Digimon when you have a minimum of 15 prosperity points and a partner Digimon who is either a champion or an ultimate, then when you leave Digimon's house, the space just outside of his house will trigger Greymon. Greymon will show up and will battle you. We have 20 prosperity points, which means that we are beyond the required number of prosperity points, but since Agumon is only a rookie, it didn't trigger the battle against Greymon. I will comment on Digivolutions. When you have a rookie Digimon, you need to have had the rookie Digimon for a minimum of 72 hours in order for it to be able to Digivolve to a natural champion. There are 4 things which influence Digivolutions: stats, care mistakes, weight, and bonus condition. And out of those 4 requirements, you have to fulfill a minimum of 3 of them in order for it to be possible for you to naturally Digivolve. And I don't want Agumon to naturally Digivolve. I want Agumon to Digivolve to Numamon. I know I said about Sukamon, but I don't want to Digivolve from Agumon to Sukamon. I want to Digivolve from Agumon to Numamon. And if you don't succeed with fulfilling enough of the requirements in order for a rookie Digimon to Digivolve to any of its natural Digivolutions, then once 96 hours have elapsed, your rookie Digimon will Digivolve to Numamon. It's one of the special Digivolutions. So in order for me to be successful with Digivolve into Numamon, I can't fulfill any more than 2 of the requirements for any of Agumon's natural Digivolutions. And in this challenge, that's actually going to be very easy to do, because the fact that our HP and MP are going to be under 1,000 and our attack, defense, speed and brains are going to be under 100, that means that we're not going to fulfill the stats requirement for any of Agumon's natural Digivolutions. And that puts us in a position where we only need to foul at one of the other requirements in order to not fulfill 3 requirements, and thus rule out the possibility of Digivolving to the Digimon. And if I keep Agumon's weight under 15, then it's a guarantee that I won't fulfill the weight requirement for any of his natural Digivolutions, because with the weight requirement, there's 1 or more Digivolution where the weight requirement is between 15 and 25, and then another where the weight requirement is between 25 and 35, and another where the weight requirement is between 35 and 45. Therefore, if Agumon's weight is above 45 or below 15, it's a guarantee that we won't have the weight requirement for any of the natural Digivolutions. So by keeping our stats down, which we are required to do in this challenge, and by keeping weight under 15, which it currently is, we won't be fulfilling any more than 2 of the requirements for any of Agumon's natural Digivolutions, which means that Digivolve into Numamon will be a certainty. You do have to have a rookie Digimon for a minimum of 72 hours before it can Digivolve to a natural champion. You know, once you reach the 72-hour point, if you're not fulfilling 3 of the requirements for any of the Digivolutions, then you won't Digivolve to the Digimon, even if you were previously fulfilling 3 or more of the requirements. So fulfilling 3 or more of the requirements when less than 72 hours have elapsed won't result in a Digivolution, and once 72 hours have elapsed, if you're not currently fulfilling 3 of the requirements for any of the Digivolutions, then you won't Digivolve, and if you continue to not fulfill 3 of the requirements for any of the Digivolutions, then once you get to 96 hours, your rookie Digimon will Digivolve to Numamon. But if in between 72 hours and 96 hours you end up fulfilling 3 of the requirements for a natural Digivolution, you will then Digivolve to the Digimon. So it's not a case of if after 72 hours you don't have 3 of the requirements, you're doomed to Digivolve to Numamon. You know, you will still... You will have until the 96th hour in order to Digivolve naturally, which usually you would want to do, but in this challenge I want to Digivolve to Numamon. The Digivolution counter isn't 100% accurate or reliable, and the main inaccuracy is caused when your Digimon sleeps, because the number of hours that the Digivolution counter goes up by when your Digimon sleeps is fixed, and the number of hours that you actually sleep for might not be consistent with the number of hours that the Digivolution counter goes up by. So there can be inaccuracies with the Digivolution counter. The number of hours that you actually have the Digimon for might be different to the number of hours that the Digivolution counter is at. When rookie Digimon sleep, I think the Digivolution counter goes up by 8 hours. We've let Agumon sleep once. It went from 11 PM to 4 AM, 5 hours, but the Digivolution counter would have gone up by 8 hours. So the Digivolution counter would have gone 3 hours ahead as a result of that. But when you get into a battle, if you enter a new hour during the battle, then I don't think that the hour registers on the Digivolution counter. Battles last 20 minutes. So if you get into a battle when the next hour is less than 20 minutes away, you will enter a new hour during the battle, but I don't think the hour will register on the Digivolution counter. And if we've done that in any of the battles that we've gotten into, then that will put the Digivolution counter behind by 1 hour each time that we've done it. I had 5 battles so far: Agumon, Drimogemon, Palmon, Kunemon, Otamamon. I think that's all of the battles that I've had so far. I don't know if I entered a new hour during any of them, but if I did, then that will put the Digivolution counter behind. But the sleeping, I think, would have put it ahead by 3 hours, so who knows where the Digivolution counter is. And I've decided to go to the Ice Sanctuary. I'm not going to be recruiting Agumon here and now. I'm just going to loot the Ice Sanctuary. That's why I put most of my items into the item bank, you know, to create space. And then after the Ice Sanctuary, I will go to the Mojyamons and trade my 99 medium recoveries for 99 super defense discs, sell the super defense discs, and then I will actually be repeating the process of buying 99 medium recoveries, trading them for 99 super defense discs, selling them at a profit, and just repeating the process. I suspect that most of our remaining time with Agumon is going to be spent grinding for money, and it's very important that I grind for money, because in this challenge there are items which are going to be very handy, and they are going to cost a heck of a lot of money. So I plan to grind for money early on, so that I can get the items that I would like to get, and also still have pretty much maximum money left over, so that I'll be able to keep items topped up. If we bring our attention back to Digivolutions, there are 6 Digimon that Agumon can naturally Digivolve to. The first one is Greymon. The stat requirement for Greymon is 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed and 100 brains. So there's 4 elements to the stat requirement. And in order to be successful with fulfilling the stat requirement, you have to fulfill every element of the stat requirement. So in order to fulfill the stat requirement for Greymon, you would need attack, defense, speed and brains to all be at a minimum of 100. If just one of them is below 100, then you won't be fulfilling the stat requirement, because you won't be fulfilling every element of the stat requirement, which you have to do in order to be fulfilling the stat requirement. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. I believe there are 3 things which constitute care mistakes. One of them is your Digimon messing on the floor. That's probably the most well-known care mistake. One of them is failing to feed your Digimon. When your Digimon first signals the food bubble, you have 90 minutes to feed your Digimon before the food bubble goes away. And if you're not successful with feeding your Digimon before the food bubble goes away, then that's classed as a care mistake. I think there's also a care mistake which is linked to sleeping. I think either the care mistake is caused by keeping your Digimon awake and not letting it sleep at all, and then when the sleep bubble goes away, that's the care mistake. Or it might be failing to let your Digimon sleep on the very first hour in which the sleep bubble first gets produced. And I'm going to need to lose an item. I can trade the Omni Floppy as well as my medium recoveries, and that's me now done with this Mojyamon. All that's left is to trade a Super Carrot and a Black Trout. With the care mistake that's to do with sleeping, I'm more inclined to think that not putting your Digimon to sleep on the very first hour in which it wants to sleep is the care mistake. And I'm not sure exactly how many care mistakes I've had so far in this challenge, but what I do know is it's a lot. An awful lot more than 1. So I'm also not fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Greymon, as well as the stat requirement and weight requirement. Just so I cover it, the weight requirement for Greymon is between 25 and 35. And then the bonus condition, there's 2 elements. One of them is for your discipline to be at a minimum of 90%. The other is for you to know a minimum of 35 techniques. And the bonus condition is different to the stat requirement in that, in order for you to fulfill the bonus condition, you only have to fulfill one of the elements of the bonus condition, as opposed to having to fulfill all of the elements of the bonus condition. I don't have 35 techniques, and I definitely won't be mastering 35 techniques, so we can rule out that part of the bonus condition. As for our discipline, well, currently we are nowhere near 90% discipline. I think it's probably unlikely that we will get our discipline up to 90%, so we're probably not going to fulfill the bonus condition for Greymon, and therefore probably won't be fulfilling any of the requirements for Greymon. But, you know, we only have to fail at 2 of the requirements in order to eliminate the risk of the Digivolution. Mojyamon is one of the other Digimon that Agumon can naturally Digivolve to, as well as Seadramon, Centarumon, Coelamon, and Cherrymon. If I focus on Mojyamon, the stat requirement for Mojyamon is 100 attack. And you might have noticed that the video has been speeded up. The reason why I've done that is because for the time being, it's just going to be me doing more of the same. It's just going to be me repeatedly going to Freezeland, trading 99 medium recoveries for 99 super defense discs, returning to the city via an autopilot, selling the 99 super defense discs, buying 99 medium recoveries, and just repeating the process. And since it's not very exciting, I've decided to speed the video up. Will only be at regular speed for my return to the city and my time spent in the city. When I enter the Digimon Bridge, I will speed up the journey to Freezeland, the journey to Mojyamon, and speed up the trading with Mojyamon. The Karma State requirement for Mojyamon is a minimum of 5. I will be fulfilling that. The weight requirement for Mojyamon is 15 to 25. The bonus condition for Mojyamon, there's 2 elements. One is to have a minimum of 10 battles. The other is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. I won't be fulfilling either of those. I have had battles with Agumon as my Digimon, but the number of battles is comfortably under 10. I've battled Agumon, Drimogemon, Otamamon, Palmon, Kunemon, and I think that's it. So the only requirement that I currently have for Mirrormon is the care mistake requirement. I'm no longer interested in Digimushrooms. I consider Digimushrooms to be small fry now that I've got the money that I've got and the ability to purchase 99 medium recoveries, trade them for 99 super defense discs, sell the super defense discs at a profit of 148,500 bits. I'm no longer interested in collecting Digimushrooms, trading them for medium recoveries, trading the medium recoveries for super defense discs. My medium recoveries will simply come from purchases from the item shop, but I am still looking out for other items that might come in handy. So when journeying, I do check for a blue apple on the Digimon Bridge. I do check for ice mushrooms in Freezeland. There's probably a few other items that I would collect if I was to encounter them. Orange banana at the tropical jungle, Dulux mushroom at Overdale, prickly pears at the Great Canyon. But I'm not interested in Digimushrooms anymore. And I believe Unimon will be working in the item shop. And this is very significant because one of the items that he exclusively sells is Super Restores. And that's an item which is going to be very handy in this challenge. I've just purchased 59. And the money grinding that I'm currently doing, it's mostly in the interest of being able to purchase Super Restores, because in this challenge, with my HP being under 1,000, it's inevitable that my HP is going to fall to 0 in a lot of the battles that I'm going to get into. But you can revive your Digimon with restores and super restores. I have encountered a few restores throughout this challenge, which I've reserved in the item bank and will use later on. And I also plan to purchase 99 super restores from Unimon, put them into the item bank, then purchase another 99 super restores from Unimon, so that I've got 99 super restores in my inventory, 99 in the item bank, so access to 198 super restores in total. and they are going to be a very valuable asset in this challenge. You know, when I get into battles and have my HP fall to 0, I will be using Super Restores to revive my Digimon, and it's going to be compulsory for a lot of the battles that I'm going to be getting into in this challenge. And there are a lot of individual battles where I'm going to have to repeatedly use Super Restores, which is why I'm so interested in grinding for such a large number of them, and will continue to money grind so that even after getting the Super Restores, the money that I will have will be close to the maximum, so that as I use Super Restores throughout the challenge, I'll have money to, you know, buy more, you know, replace the ones that I use. Biyomon is the Digimon who's going to be present in the item shop for most of the hours in each day. I think Unimon will only become available at midnight and will disappear at 6 AM. And we've just entered 6 AM. I think Unimon's been replaced by Biyomon, which means that I won't be able to buy any more Super Restores for the time being. I had 75 in my inventory, and I've decided to put them into the item bank, and my current focus will just be on grinding for money for the time being, and when we are able to encounter Unimon again, I'll be able to buy more Super Restores. Going back to the Digivolution requirements, Birdramon, the stat requirement is 100 speed, the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3, I will be fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. The bonus condition, there's 2 elements. One is a minimum of 35 techniques. The other is to have Biyomon as your partner Digimon. I definitely won't be fulfilling the bonus condition for Birdramon. Centarumon, the stat requirement is 100 brains, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3, won't be fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, and there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. The other is for your discipline to be at a minimum of 60%. My discipline is going back up, so it's possible that I might fulfill the bonus condition for Centarumon. You know, I might get my discipline up to 60% or more, but probably won't get it up to 90%, which is what's required for Greymon. But even if I do have the bonus condition for Centarumon, that's, only one of the 4 requirements. You would have to fulfill 3 of the requirements in order for the Digivolution to be possible. So we don't need to worry about just one requirement being fulfilled. Monochromon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP, 100 defense, 100 brains. Care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3, won't be fulfilling that. Weight requirement is 35 to 45. Bonus condition has 2 elements. One of them is a maximum of 5 battles, the other is a minimum of 35 techniques. I think I am currently fulfilling the bonus condition for Monochromon, because I think I've only had 5 battles, unless there are any battles that I'm overlooking. But I think I am fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Monochromon due to the number of battles that I've had. And then finally, Cherrymon, stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. Care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5, won't fulfill that. Weight requirement is 25 to 35. And then bonus condition, either a maximum of 5 battles or a minimum of 28 techniques. So, like with Monochromon, I think I'm fulfilling the bonus condition for Seadramon because of the number of battles that I've had. So, with me not fulfilling any of the stat requirements for any of Agumon's natural Digivolutions, and with my care mistakes being over 5, that actually immediately rules out every Digimon apart from Miramon and Birdramon, which makes weight and bonus condition irrelevant in the case of Greymon, Centarumon, Tyrannomon, and Monochromon. And that leaves me in a position where the only way that I would be able to Digivolve to Miramon or Birdramon is by fulfilling both the weight requirement and the bonus condition. We've established that it's impossible for me to fulfill the bonus condition for Birdramon. And as for Miramon, the only way we would fulfill the bonus condition for him is if we were to have 10 battles. So, if my number of battles is going to be under 10, then that actually makes weight irrelevant. Because even if I did fulfill the weight requirement for Miramon and Birdramon, they both have the same weight requirement, 15 to 25. I would only have the... I would only also have the care mistake requirement for those 2 Digimon. I wouldn't have the stat requirement or the bonus condition. The only way that Agumon would be able to naturally Digivolve is if I was to have a minimum of 10 battles, and if my weight was to be between 15 and 25, that plus the care mistakes would result in me Digivolve into Mirrormon. But by not having 10 battles, I would rule out the risk of Digivolve into Mirrormon. By having my weight under 15, I will rule out the risk of Digivolve into Mirrormon. So things are looking very good with regards to my intentions with Digivolving to Numamon. I believe that the Virus Gorge is only 2 away from being full, which means that as Agumon, I only want him to mess on the floor one more time, put in the Virus Gorge within 1 of being full. When that happens, I will then have to refrain from him messing on the floor, so I'll have to be successful with taking him to the toilet, because I don't want to be Digivolving to Sukamon from Agumon. I want to be Digivolving from Agumon to Numamon. And with Numamon as my Digimon, I'll be able to gain access to Greylord's Mansion, because Numamon is a virus type. You can only enter Greylord's Mansion with virus types. I'll be able to see to the first part of Greylord's Mansion, which involves aiding my Otamamon. I'll be able to loot all of the items that are in Greylord's Mansion. I'll be able to recruit Frigimon with Numamon as my Digimon. I'll probably aim to recruit Monochromon when I have Numamon as my Digimon. Monochromon is a very frustrating recruitment in my opinion, and I'll be pleased to get it out of the way. And the recruitment doesn't involve any battling, so I'll be able to see to it with Numamon as my Digimon. And also, Monochromon is one of the other Digimon who works at the item shop, and he exclusively sells protective floppies, which I would like to purchase 99 of. So by recruiting Monochromon sooner rather than later, I'll be able to purchase 99 protective floppies, and they will also come in handy throughout this challenge, because I'll be able to use a protective floppy in each battle that I get into, and that will eliminate any risk of me fallen victim to status harm during battles, which will greatly help with this challenge. Although the super restores are the items that are most significant. Frigimon and Monochromon, that will put us up to 24 prosperity points. And I do plan to Digivolve from Numamon to Munceymon by going to Toy Town and using the Munceymon suit to Digivolve from Numamon to Munceymon, so that I can then speak to Tinmon with Munceymon as my Digimon. That will result in him unlocking the door which leads towards Munceymon. I don't plan to defeat Munceymon with Munceymon as my Digimon. I don't plan to get into any battles with Munceymon as my Digimon. I will mostly be working towards Munceymon fading away, so that I can then move on to the next lifespan, and I aim to see to most of the challenge in the next lifespan. My main interest with Munceymon is to speak to Tinmon, get the door unlocked, and then in the next lifespan I'll have access to Munceymon, and I can battle Munceymon in the next lifespan, regardless of who my partner Digimon is. You don't have to defeat Munceymon with Munceymon, you just have to speak to Tinmon so that he unlocks the door which leads towards Munceymon. And you might be wondering how I'm going to Digivolve to Munceymon while keeping my stats under the thresholds. You might be wondering how I'm going to Digivolve to Munceymon while keeping HP and MP under 1,000, and also keeping attack, defense, speed and brains under 100. Presumably when Digivolve into Munceymon I would get a big stat increase, and my stats would exceed the thresholds and I would fail the challenge. However, there is a solution to this. There is a way of bypassing this problem. I don't think I want to go into details about it just yet, but I will go into details a bit later on. But there is a way of being able to Digivolve to Munceymon while still honouring the rules of this challenge. And Sukamon is very significant with making this possible, which is why I want the Virus Gorge to be one away from being full. Because Sukamon is going to make it possible for us to Digivolve to Munceymon while keeping our stats under the thresholds. Another thing that I will need to do, either with Numamon or Mojyamon, is go to the drill tunnel and move the boulder so that I'll have access to the lava cave. I don't want to give anything... I don't want to give too much away with regards to the next lifespan. I'll just say that I plan to make most of the progress in the next lifespan with a rookie Digimon as my partner Digimon. And the rookie Digimon wouldn't be able to move the boulder at the drill tunnel, hence the need to do it with Numamon or Mojyamon. And I'll have access to the boulder by day 7 onwards. I will also be aiming to recruit Vegemon in this lifespan with Mojyamon as my Digimon. That will be possible on day 15. I'll be able to help myself to the rain plant, go to the tropical jungle, use the rain plant to recruit Vegemon, and I can then purchase a super carrot from Vegemon, trade the super carrot with the Mojyamon who wants the super carrot, trade the black trout with the Mojyamon who wants the black trout, and that will result in Mojyamon joining the city, which I believe should bring me up to 28 prosperity points. You don't have to rely on Vegemon for a super carrot. If you defeat the red Vegemons in battle, then they sometimes drop a super carrot. But we have no rush with recruiting Mojyamon. I'm happy to wait until after recruiting Vegemon. And, buying a super carrot from Vegemon is the easiest way to get hold of a super carrot. So that's how I'll be executing things. One thing to be mindful of is that by recruiting Mojyamon, we will be recruiting a Digimon who works at the secret item shop in the city, and recruiting a Digimon who works at the secret item shop is what causes Ninjamon to spawn on the Digimon bridge. So after I recruit Mojyamon, I'll have to avoid encountering Ninjamon on the Digimon bridge unless I wish to battle him, which eventually I will, but I want to go about it so that the timing is right. I want to avoid Ninjamon until I want to battle him. So that's just something to be cautious of. The other thing that I need to do with Mojyamon is when he's close to fading away, speak to Digimon so that I will create the opportunity to trigger Greymon, but not battle Greymon in this lifespan with Mojyamon as my Digimon. Instead, just create the opportunity to trigger Greymon, and I can evade the trigger spot for Greymon by exiting Digimon's house with an autopilot, and so and then in the next lifespan, when I feel the timing is right to take on Greymon, I can go on to the trigger spot for Greymon, get him to show up, and then battle him. I'll just have to avoid his trigger spot until I'm ready to battle him, which means having to exit Digimon's house with an autopilot and not being able to enter Digimon's house because it won't be possible to enter Digimon's house without triggering Greymon, the same way that it wouldn't be possible to manually leave Digimon's house without triggering Greymon, hence the need for the autopilot. And it does complicate things a bit, not being able to enter Digimon's house, but I'll be able to work around it. I do have the 99 super restores in my inventory and in the item bank. I'm done with getting the 198 super restores, but I don't have the 99 protective floppies yet, and my money is low. So I still have quite a lot of trips to Freezeland left ahead of me. So I'm just going to be repeating more of the same for the time being. Grinding for money until Agumon digivolves to Numamon. Do what needs to be done with Numamon. Do what needs to be done with Mojyamon. Oh, okay, we're digivolving. And make sure that I enter the next lifespan in the perfect position with regards to super restores, protective floppies, money, and you know, the oh, am I going to get into a battle here? I've managed to go into the inventory. Can I dig myself out of trouble here? Produce an animation. Okay. Ah, Unimon wants to sleep. Fair enough. Well, we've got plenty of time left inside of us as far as this lifespan is concerned. It's only day 5. We're not going to be able to recruit Frigimon until day 15, which is 10 days away. So I guess I'm happy to let Numamon sleep, and will also be happy to let Mojyamon sleep. Yeah, there is still a lot of work left to be done in this lifespan, but we've got more than enough time to do it. Yeah, we can let Numamon sleep, let Mojyamon sleep, and a lot of our time with Mojyamon is just going to be spent resting and sleeping, trying to pass the time as quickly as possible in pursuit of reaching day 15, recruiting Frigimon and Mojyamon, and then just reaching the end of Mojyamon's lifespan. And I was saying about, ending this lifespan in the perfect position, with progress and preparations, recruit the Digimon that I plan to recruit in this lifespan, as well as make progress towards recruitments ahead of the next lifespan, some of which I wouldn't be able to do with a rookie Digimon, such as creating the opportunity to battle Greymon, clearing the boulder in the drill tunnel. I'll need to empty out my inventory best I can before going to Greylord's Mansion, because there are a lot of items to be collected in Greylord's Mansion. I won't be able to put the super restores into the item bank because there are already 99 super restores in the item bank. But I should be able to put everything else into the item bank. And when I digivolved to Numamon, I hadn't gone as far as Overdale, which meant that I could have gone to Greylord's Mansion, but my inventory is pretty full. So I decided just to continue in the direction of Freezeland for the next Mojyamon trade. I decided to recruit Frigimon. I can see to the next Mojyamon trade, and then when I wish to see to Greylord's Mansion, I can free up inventory space before going to Greylord's Mansion. And if I want to be collecting all of the items that are there without discarding any items, then it's going to require 2 trips to Greylord's Mansion. I don't think there's going to be enough space in my inventory to loot the whole of Greylord's Mansion in just one visit. And I don't like the ground to be messy. I do like to have Sukamon or Numamon clean up the ground like I'm doing at the moment. I'm not going to go out of my way for it, but the areas that I can access easily, I would like to, you know, clean up the ground. You know, I don't like having loads of pieces of shit lying all over the place. I'm just going to acknowledge Frigimon. A bit over 300,000 bits, more than enough to help myself to 99 protective floppies, but we haven't recruited Monochromon yet. And I've said that I want my money to be close to the maximum. So we're probably talking like 900,000 bits or above. And I'm just giving the city a quick once over, looking out for snacks for Numamon. You know, try and make the world a cleaner, prettier place. Alright, let's put in what we can put in. Everything apart from the super restores. I'm gonna put the Mojyamon money trick on hold and see to Greylord's mansion. Most of the items that I will collect from there will likely be sold. That will be a bit of progress with the money grinding. I think I would like to also see to Monochromon's recruitment before I finish with the money grinding, so that I can purchase the protective floppies, be done with the spending, and then just do the Mojyamon money trick until my money is close to the maximum. And I think most of the remaining stuff that I plan to do in this lifespan can be done with Numamon or Munceymon, but Greylord's Mansion is an exception. Munceymon can't enter Greylord's Mansion. He's a vaccine type, not a virus type. But Numamon is a virus type, and therefore can enter Greylord's Mansion. So what we're doing here and now has to be done with Numamon. Well, I mean, it doesn't exclusively have to be done with Numamon, it can be done with any virus Digimon. But, you know, Numamon is a virus Digimon, he ticks the box, and since we have him as our Digimon presently, to me it makes the most sense to see to Greylord's Mansion here and now. When you first enter Greylord's Mansion, there's only one path available to you, which results in you being able to collect the mansion key and then have access to most of Greylord's Mansion. There's just one door that you can't get through until later on, when you see to the next part of Greylord's Mansion. And then when you make it beyond the door, you can then recruit Skull Greymon. I'm making sure that I unlock all of the doors that can be unlocked with the mansion key, so that when I return to Greylord's Mansion, I won't need the mansion key, because all of the doors that it unlocks will already be unlocked. There were a couple of instances where I went through a door with the mansion key and immediately reused the door, and that's because I was simply interested in just getting the door unlocked so that later on I'd be able to use it without any hassle. 2 spaces in my inventory, one more than I need in order for us to be able to take the refrigerator key from my Otamamon. We will use the key and free up the space in our inventory, then collect the sirloin in the Overdale Cemetery. And normally you would just go and give it straight to my Otamamon and clear up the inventory space, but not in this instance. I always like to collect 2 sirloins. After you read the when you use the refrigerator key, you get presented with a memo which causes a sirloin to spawn in the Overdale Cemetery, and normally you would just take it straight to my Otamamon and then the sirloin stops spawning. But if you collect the sirloin, leave the Overdale Cemetery and re-enter the Overdale Cemetery without giving the sirloin to my Otamamon, then the sirloin respawns, and it will keep respawning until you return to my Otamamon and give him a sirloin. And I always like to collect 2 sirloins, give 1 to my Otamamon and put 1 into the item bank. Because once the sirloin stops respawning, you lose the ability to collect the sirloin. So if you only collect 1 and give it to my Otamamon, then it's an item that you will never encounter again. So I always like to collect 2, give 1 to my Otamamon, put the other into the item bank. That way, I've got an item that I'll never be able to get again, and I just like the feeling of having an item which is, missable. I just like to have an item that is going to be unobtainable for the rest of the game. Now we're about to give the sirloin to my Otamamon, which will mean that we'll be done with the first part of Greylord's Mansion. But I haven't collected every item, so I will be returning to Greylord's Mansion shortly in order to finish looting. But with regards to my Otamamon, we are done with Greylord's Mansion for the time being. I just want to return so that I can collect the rest of the items, and then I'll be done with Greylord's Mansion until much later on, when I will be ready to see to the remainder of Greylord's Mansion. If we go to the item shop first, sell the items that are not wanted or needed, and then the items that are wanted or needed, we can either leave them in our inventory, or we can put them into the item bank. I think there are 4 computers in Greylord's Mansion that we haven't yet looted, and I think they contain a protective floppy, a large MP, and 2 brain chips that will consume 3 spaces in our inventory, so we'll only need 3 spaces in order to be able to loot the remainder of Greylord's Mansion. I can't put the super restores into the inventory, into the item bank. They'll have to remain in my inventory, and I'll keep the spare autopilot in my inventory as well for a quick return to the city. From here, I'm going to go back to Greylord's Mansion, collect the remaining items, and that will be followed by me going to the Monochrome shop and attempting to recruit Monochromon. I mean, he's always one of the more dreaded recruits in my mind, you know, I would like to just get him out of the way sooner rather than later. And certainly I would like to get him recruited ahead of the next lifespan, so that I don't have to worry about recruiting him in the next lifespan, and I'll also be able to have 99 protective floppies ahead of the next lifespan, because I'll be able to purchase them from him. The Monochromon shop, you do a shift for him, which is split into 2 halves. You get 10 customers in the first half, 10 customers in the second half, and you have to make a certain amount of profit in order for Monochromon to join the city. I don't know the exact amount that you have to reach, but it's somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100. If you set 3,100 as the target and are successful at reaching the target, then it's a guarantee that Monochromon will join the city, so I always view 3,100 as the target. The reason why I dread the recruitment is just because of how dependent on luck you are. It doesn't matter how good you are at the game, how experienced you are at the game, how many times you've completed the game. You know, if you don't get the right luck, then you won't succeed. And that's why I dread it, because of, you know, how much of it just rides on luck. You need luck when it comes to the items that Digimon ask for, because you can make a lot of money from selling medicines, you can make some money from selling portable potties, but you barely make any money from selling meat. And if the customers are mostly only asking for meat, then you know, you've got no chance of reaching the target. And even if you do get luck with the items that the customers ask for, you also need luck with whether or not they will agree to the purchase. Because, you know, while it is possible for them to agree to the purchase and for you to make money from it, it's also possible for them to storm off, which means that you don't make a sale and don't make any money, and you also lose an extra customer as well if a customer storms off. So if one customer storms off, you'll only get 19 customers instead of 20. If 2 customers storm off, you'll only get 18 customers instead of 20. If 5 customers storm off, you'll only get 15 customers instead of 20. So there's a lot of luck riding on it. You know, luck with the items that they ask for, and luck with how they respond when you offer them a price. There are 4 different customers: Goborymon, Gotsumon, Weedmon, and this Penguinmon look-alike. The 3 items they can ask for: medicine, portable potty meet, and you're presented with 3 options: either raise the price, maintain the price, or lower the price. If you raise the price, then you can raise it by one of 5 different steps. If you lower the price, then you can do it by one of 3 different steps. Usually, when it comes to meat, I just maintain the price because of how insignificant meat is. You make such a small amount of money from it that I don't really think that it's worth raising the price. And with it, you know, raising the risk of the customer storming off, where even if you were to, you know, sell the meat at a higher amount, you know, the extra profit is going to be so small, you know, you'll be increasing the risk by a fair amount, and while, you know, only increasing the reward by a tiny amount. Potential reward, should I say. So I usually just maintain the regular price with meat, but raise the price for medicines and portable potties. Goboremon seems to be the most easygoing customer, the most willing to pay a high price. So with him, I raise the price to the maximum. I raise the price by 5 steps. Gotsumon is less easygoing. I usually raise the price by 2 steps. Weedmon is even less easygoing. I usually raise the price by 1 step. And the Penguinmon lookalike who's standing in front of us seems to be very unpredictable in my experiences. Regardless of what you do, it seems to be very common for the Digimon to agree to the purchase, and it also seems to be very common for the customer to just storm off. And with that in mind, when it comes to medicines and portable potties, I usually raise the price to the maximum, because that way I'll be, you know, greatly increasing the potential reward while probably not affecting the risk all that much. That's like my general guideline, but obviously use common sense. You know, if you're down to your final customer, and in order to reach the target profit, you only have to maintain the price, then, you know, it makes a lot more sense to just maintain the price, even if it's a Digimon who you would normally raise the price on, because if maintaining the price is enough for you to reach the target, and it's your last chance of reaching the target, then, you know, regardless of whether you charge the standard amount or charge the maximum, if the sale is successful, then you will end up reaching the target, and by maintaining the regular price, there'll be a much better chance of them agreeing to the purchase rather than storming off. Further to that, if you're down to your final customer and you're adrift of the target, but it's possible to reach the target, but it requires you to raise the price by a larger amount than what you would normally do. Let's say that, I don't know, you have to raise the price by 3 or 4 steps, and the Digimon is like Weedmon or Gotsumon, then the only logical thing would be to raise the price by the necessary amount so that you will reach the target if you make the sell. There wouldn't be much point in raising the price by less if you're not going to raise it by enough in order to reach the target. Yeah, what would be the point in, you know, if you're down to your final customer, what would be the point in raising the price but not to an adequate extent in order to be able to reach the target? Yeah, you might as well raise the price by a necessary amount in order for it to be possible for you to reach the target, even if there's, you know, an increased risk of the customer storming off. Well, Monochromon has been recruited, I'm pleased to say, and I'm also pleased about the fact that it only took 1 try, and if we go to the item shop, Monochromon will be there, and we can purchase protective floppies. I've already got 1 protective floppy from Greylord's Mansion, so I only need to buy 98 in order to bring it up to 99. Brain chips were not needed, large MP not needed. Okay, so we're there with the super restores and the protective floppies. We have about 200,000 bits. I would like to have my money so that it's close to the maximum. The most that it can go up to is 999,999. 1 adrift of 1,000,000. You know, I would like to get my money up so that it's in the 900,000 club. That does mean that more money grinding is needed, more trips to Freezeland are needed. Let's just sort out our inventory. No spaces. Which means that if we travel, we won't be able to collect any items that we might find. Okay, I put meat and the blue flute back into the item bank, so we at least have a couple of spaces now. It can't be denied that we do still have more money grinding ahead of us. But I would like to focus on Digivolving to Mojyamon. So I would like to put Mojyamon and the money grinding aside for the moment. And I would like to be more focused on Digivolving to Mojyamon. Because I have to approach the Digivolution in a specific way in order for me to be able to Digivolve to Mojyamon while keeping my stats under the threshold. So what I'm doing at the moment is I'm just resting with Unimon because I need Unimon to be in a position where he wants to sleep. When I arrive at Toy Town, I need Unimon to want to sleep. So I'm passing the time by resting, trying to reach an hour in which Unimon wants to sleep. And when I arrive at Toy Town, not only do I need Unimon to want to sleep, but I also need him to want the toilet as well. Now that we are, close to going to Toy Town, close to Digivolving to Mojyamon, I will now go into details about how I'm going to execute the Digivolution. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Toy Town with Unimon wanting to sleep and also wanting the toilet. The virus scourge is only one away from being full. I will let Unimon sleep. I will save as well. Unimon will mess on the floor during his sleep, which will fill up the virus scourge, but he won't Digivolve to Sukamon as soon as he wakes up. The Digivolution won't take effect until the next hour, and I will stand next to the Mojyamon suit, and as the clock strikes the new hour, I will press onto the Mojyamon suit, and then we will get an overlap where the suit will fall. Well, if the timing is correct, which it needs to be, it will result in an overlap where the Mojyamon suit will fall down, and the dialogue, the text that usually occurs will pop up, but at the same time Unimon will digivolve to Sukamon, and if you wait for the Digivolution to happen, you wait for him to digivolve to Sukamon before you proceed with the dialogue, proceed with the text, then it will carry on like normal, and Sukamon will digivolve to Mojyamon. And I think the game treats the Mojyamon Digivolution as a reverse Sukamon Digivolution. If you think about when you have a Digimon and it digivolves to Sukamon, your Digimon's stats will halve, and then if you go to Trash Mountain, speak to King Sukamon, and he reverses the Digivolution, you'll digivolve back to your previous Digimon, and your stats will go back to what they were when you had that Digimon before digivolving to Sukamon. When Unimon digivolves to Sukamon, his stats will halve, and then when Sukamon digivolves to Mojyamon, I think the game will treat it as a reverse Digivolution, and then the stats that you will have as Mojyamon will be the same as the stats that we had with Unimon. So the stats that we've got at the moment, they will halve when we digivolve to Sukamon, and then they will go back to what they are currently when we digivolve to Mojyamon. And that's how we are going to keep our stats under the thresholds. We're going to keep HP and MP under 1000. We're going to keep attack, defense, speed and brains under 100. Numamon does want to sleep, which is the first step, but he doesn't want the toilet, so we're going to have to wait until he does want the toilet. We might be able to pass the time by doing brain training with Cherrymon, providing that we ensure that our brains stays under 100. 64, well, we can definitely do some training. I can do 2 more while keeping my brains under 100. That's 3 hours gone by. Still no indication of him needing the toilet. So we can make it 4 hours. And now he does need the toilet. Great. So yes, those are my current stats, all under the thresholds. Virus Gorge is one away from being full. By sleeping while Numamon wants the toilet, while the Virus Gorge is only one away from being full, it makes it possible for us to Digivolve to Mojyamon while keeping our stats under the threshold. And when we slept, we also saved, so we can reset should I screw up at this. Aha. The text has popped up. Numamon is Digivolving. It looks like I've successfully pulled it off. Sukamon is our Digimon. So we now proceed. Sukamon is Digivolving. Mojyamon is now our Digimon. The dialogue seems to be normal, and our stats are what they were when we had Unimon. We can speak to Tinmon. This is all how it should be. The door's been unlocked. Mojyamon is available. We are all done in Toy Town for the time being. I think it's now day 7, which means that Drimogemon would have dug through to the next part of the drill tunnel, and with Mojyamon as our Digimon, we will be able to clear the... well, move the boulder, making Lava Cave accessible for our next lifespan. And then I suppose our... I'm gonna see to the boulder first, and then I suppose the priority after that should be to go back to grinding for money until I get my money where I want it to be. But when I recruit Mojyamon on day 15 or later, it's going to be either day 15 or a later day. When I recruit Mojyamon, I will be able to tie in trading 99 Legion recoveries for 99 super defense discs. So instead of doing the Mojyamon money trick until my money is at the maximum or close to the maximum, I could account for Mojyamon's recruitment and my ability to do one more grind there and then. So maybe maybe only go as far as getting about 800,000 bits or so. I was eager to, sort out Munciemon's Digivolution. I know there's still money grinding to be done. I know that there's still Frigimon and Mojyamon. There's still setting up Greymon for the next lifespan. There was the boulder clearing in the drill tunnel. That was still ahead of us when Digivolve into Munciemonn. But out of all of the things that I plan to do in this lifespan, the only thing that Numamon the only thing that could have been done with Numamon, which couldn't have been done with Munciemonn, was seeing to the first part of Greylord's Mansion, and having sorted that, I wanted to see to Munciemon's Digivolution, because everything else that I plan to do in this lifespan can be done with Munciemonn. The only thing that we specifically needed Numamon for was Greylord's Mansion, but we got that out of the way. And then I wanted to get Munciemon's Digivolution out of the way. Speak to Tinmon, and now it's about grinding for money. When I'm satisfied with that, I will then mostly just rest and sleep as a way of speeding up time in pursuit of day 15, and also the death of Munciemonn. On day 15, recruit Frigimon, recruit Mojyamon, ensure that my money is where I want it to be, then go back to resting and sleeping until Munciemonn is on the verge of fading away, then speak to Digimon so that we'll be setting up Greymon for the next lifespan. And then pretty much it will just be about Munciemonn fading away and us moving on to the next lifespan. There's not too much that I can comment on with regards to what I'm currently doing, It's just going to be more of the same. It's just going to be me repeatedly going to Freezeland, doing the trades with Mojyamon, returning to the city, selling the super defense discs, buying more medium recoveries, and repeating the process until I'm happy with the amount of money that I've got. And seeing as it's not very exciting, most of it is being speeded up because you know, I'm trying to make it go by more quickly for you viewers. I'm trying to make it less boring, less repetitive. You know, if I was to play at the normal speed, then you know, I imagine that watching the footage will be, you know, a less pleasing experience for you. So I'm, you know, trying to make it as least boring and least repetitive as realistically possible. Mojyamon needing the toilet has reminded me of something. I'm now back in a position where I want to be filling up the virus gorge again. I want to get my virus gorge to be in within one of being full, because even though Sukamon won't be useful in this lifespan, he will come in handy in the next lifespan. So I want to have the virus gorge one away from being full, so that in the next lifespan I will be able to Digivolve to Sukamon when the timing is right. So I've gone back to intentionally having my Digimon mess on the floor so that I can fill up the virus gorge. Okay, so our money is over 650,000. One more of the Mojyamon money trick will bring it up to over 800,000. one more after that would bring it up to being over 950,000. If this was to be the final time that I do the Mojyamon money trick, then when recruiting Mojyamon, if I was to do the money trick one more time, I would have about 950,000 bits. Not the absolute maximum, but close to the maximum. Alright, I think I'm happy with the money for now. And I know I said about passing the time as quickly as possible, which might raise the question of why am I not letting Mojyamon sleep? Why am I simply resting? And the reason for that is because I'm focused on filling up my virus scourge as quickly as possible. So instead of letting Mojyamon sleep, I'm just going to be resting and having Mojyamon mess on the floor. And I'm doing this because I want to be filling up the virus scourge as quickly as possible. I want it to be just one away from being full, going into the next lifespan. So I'm passing the time by resting, having Mojyamon mess on the floor, collecting each day's supply of giant meat from Palmon, when the virus scourge is one away from being full, I will continue to rest as an effective way of passing the time, except I will also... okay, the virus scourge is one away from being full. So yes, I'm going to continue to rest as an effective way of passing the time, but I will also go back to letting Mojyamon sleep, as a way of being even more effective with passing the time. And I will take Mojyamon to the toilet when he wants the toilet, instead of having him mess on the floor, because I don't want to be digivolving to Sukamon in this lifespan. So yes, rest, 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 sleep, 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 use a toilet, use a toilet, use the toilet, collect giant meat, collect giant meat, collect giant meat, and it's all in preparation for day 15, where I will be able to collect the rain plant, recruit Frigimon, purchase a super carrot, recruit Mojyamon, and I think that will bring us up to 28 prosperity points. I think Frigimon made it 22, I think Monochromon made it 24, I think Frigimon will make it 26, I think Mojyamon will make it 28. And yes, the speed ups are back. Because once again, it's just me repeating the same actions which are not very exciting, not very fun to watch, actions which will likely become very repetitive within no time at all. Okay, it's day 15, it's bang on midnight. I could have just let Mojyamon sleep, have him wake up when he wakes up, but instead I decided to just continue resting. And enter day 15 on the first hour. I've got the rain plant. We will be recruiting Frigimon. I haven't spoke to Palmon today. I don't want Palmon to give me giant meat. Instead, I would like to recruit Frigimon first and have Frigimon give me sirloins as opposed to Palmon give me giant meats. And I feel that giant meats are probably not needed anymore. We're going to be getting sirloins from Frigimon. We have loads of meat in the item bank and easy access to meat. It's very cheap to buy from the shop. So I decided to sell the giant meats that had accumulated. I don't think it's necessary to have meat, giant meat, and sirloins. I think the loss of the giant meat was a loss that we were able to afford. We need to speak to Vegemon. He will give us 3 sirloins. We need to then purchase a super carrot from Vegemon, as well as withdrawing the black trout from the item bank. Then we can go to Freezeland, trade the super carrot for an omni floppy, trade the black trout for a restore, have Mojyamon join the city, and then we can go to the other Mojyamon, trade 99 medium recoveries for 99 super defense discs, autopilot back to the city, sell what needs to be sold, buy what needs to be bought. And then just continue with passing the time and preparing for the next lifespan. Once again, you have to bear... Okay, that was... that was not intended. I was going to say you have to bear witnessing me go to Freezeland one more time. I didn't intend the pun there. Bear, you know, obviously Mojyamon is a teddy bear. I didn't quite intend that. You have to endure watching me go to Freezeland one more time. I guess I can take the orange banana, although in order for trades to be possible, I'm going to need at least 1 space in my inventory. I only had 1 space, which has just been consumed by that orange banana. So I'm probably going to end up having to lose the orange banana. Because I think everything else that's in my inventory is more valuable. Prickly pear. Well, seemingly I'm just going to have to discard the prickly pear, or well, seeing as Munciemon's appetite's kicked in, I mean, I could feed it to Munciemon. I'm not really sure there was much sense in collecting the orange banana or the prickly pear. It's just I need to have a space in my inventory before doing the Mojyamon trades. And if I was to discard an item, then it would be the item that's least valuable, which was the orange banana, and is now the prickly pear. If I was to stumble upon an ice mushroom, I suppose I would discard the prickly pear, take the ice mushroom, and just give it to Munciemon. You know, the extra discipline will probably make things easier. Clear up a space. Oh. And I do find an ice mushroom. Well, Munciemon will be less inclined to refuse items that I might offer to him. And when he wants the toilet, he will hold on for longer. So that will make things a bit easier. And you know how this works, you've seen it enough times. And Super attack disc will sell for a bit more than an Omni Floppy, I think. I think Omni Floppies sell for 1,000. I think super attack discs sell for 2,000, so I guess we'll make an extra 1,000 from the trade, which I suppose makes sense. So we've got 4 restores and 198 super restores. The ability for 202 revives. Right, I guess it's back to resting. Rest, use the toilet, sleep, collect sirloins from Vegemon. Repeat, 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 until Mojyamon dies. I also made sure that I spoke to Cherrymon so that I was informed of the bandits in the Great Canyon, so that Agumon will be available for battle when I next go to the Great Canyon. I didn't have to have a specific Digimon when speaking to Cherrymon. You know, I didn't have to do it with Mojyamon, I didn't have to do it in this lifespan, but I just chose to do it while it was on my mind. I didn't do it beforehand because I knew that lots of trips to Freezeland were needed, so I needed to be able to, you know, get to Freezeland without having to worry about Agumon. But since we're done with all of that, I spoke to Cherrymon, who informed me of the bandits, and Mojyamon is close to fading away. 28 prosperity points as I fought. Mojyamon is fading away. We have set up the opportunity for battling Greymon. We have access to the lava cave. We have access to Mojyamon. So I'm picking the green egg. Betamon will hatch from it, who will Digivolve to Coelamon. We will have to use an autopilot in order to exit Digimon's house, because we have to avoid the trigger spot for Greymon until we are ready to battle him. Let's help ourselves to today's supply of sirloins. And I believe that we've got some useful food items in the item bank. I'm sure we have a blue apple. I'm sure we have 1 or 2 ice mushrooms. Let's just put the sirloins away for the time being. Take out the meats, ice mushroom, blue apple. Okay, when Betamon wants to eat, we can feed him the ice mushroom, put in his discipline to the maximum or thereabouts. Also, the blue apple greatly boosts his happiness. And we have to keep our stats under the thresholds. We have to keep HP under 1,000. We have to keep MP under 1,000. We have to keep attack, defense, speed, and brains under 100. But we can afford to do some training. You know, we can get our stats up while keeping them under the thresholds, and I feel that HP and MP is probably the best place to start. Otamamon needs the toilet, but with the discipline that we've got, he'll be able to hold on for 1 more training session. You know, we'll be able to get to the toilet in time. I didn't let Betamon sleep because I wanted an extra training session. Happiness and discipline are pretty much at the maximum. Meat will do for now. And Betamon is about to Digivolve because we were literally like 1 tick away from the hour, but we managed to squeeze in an extra training session. We are Digivolving to Coelamon, and you might be expecting me to Digivolve from Coelamon to Agumon, and if that is your expectation, then your expectation is wrong. I will not be Digivolving to Agumon. And if there are any Gabumon fans watching this who are excited about what they just heard, then I would advise you not to get too excited, because I'm not going to be Digivolving to Gabumon either. Reason being, Kunemon is the Digimon who I'm going to be aiming to Digivolve to. I can't manually enter Digimon's house, which means that I can't use the save machine that's in there, but Coelamon will want to sleep soon, and when I let him sleep I will be able to save. Then I can continue training. I'm happy with where my HP is at the moment. I want to work on my MP. Yeah, after waking up I can then continue to train until Coelamon wants to sleep again. Then I will take Coelamon to Kunemon's bed. I will sleep there, but I won't save because the Digivolution might not work. When waking up, I might not Digivolve to Kunemon. So by sleeping, if the Digivolution doesn't work, then we can reset from where we last saved, which was just then when sleeping, and then we can repeat the process, try again with Digivolving to Kunemon, and keep at it until we succeed. The reason why Kunemon is my choice of Digimon is because he has Poison Claw as a technique, which has a high rate of causing poison, and that is going to be very helpful in this challenge. With the stats that we've got, we are going to be very limited when it comes to how much damage we can do in battles. But by poisoning Digimon, they will lose HP to the poison, which will make defeating Digimon a lot easier. The speed of Poison Claw and the MP consumption of it will make our lack of MP and lack of speed less of a problem. The poison will make our lack of attack less of a problem. And the restores and super restores will make our lack of HP less of a problem. Poison Claw is also a fast attack that's good at interrupting, hard to interrupt. I mean, the thing that's going to be most helpful about it is the poison and the amount of HP that opposing Digimon are going to lose from the poison. I'm pretty much you know, I'm going to be relying very heavily on poison in this challenge, as well as relying very heavily on super restores. You know, get into battles, use Poison Claw, poison the opposing Digimon. Have them lose HP to the poison, and then when I get defeated, revive myself with super restores. Those are pretty much going to be my tactics. And we are Digivolve into Kunemon. And I think the very first battle that I will get into will be the battle against Greymon. Go onto his trigger spot, and by defeating him, we will go back to having free and clear access to Digimon's house, which is something that I want. So I think we should make Greymon the first Digimon to target, so that we will have access to Digimon's house, have access to the save machine, and the recruitment of Greymon will also make it possible for us to recruit Cherrymon. Another good thing about having Kunemon as our partner Digimon is that he's a virus Digimon, which means that he'll be able to access Greylord's mansion. So we will be able to recruit Skull Greymon with Kunemon as our Digimon, because Kunemon is a virus Digimon and therefore can access Greylord's mansion. Don't want to be taking up too much inventory space. Right, so this is going to be the first sort of like serious battle of this challenge. Sort of the first real taster of this challenge. So let's sit back and see how this goes. Okay, so I used a protective floppy at the earliest opportunity to protect myself from status harm, and my HP fell to 0, I think, twice during the battle, and I revived Kunemon with a restore. I would like to use my few restores before moving on to the super restores. As for the battle, I poisoned Greymon early on, and when Kunemon's HP fell to 0, I didn't revive him immediately. Instead, I waited for the counter to go down, and then by the time I revived him, the counter had fallen as low as about 1. And there is a reason why I did that. And I'm actually aiming to do things that way every time my HP falls to 0 during a battle. With Greymon recruited, we're up to 30 prosperity points. I can now recruit Cherrymon, and I am doing that, but I'm going to be travelling to the Dragoneye Lake via the Digimon Bridge, and so I'm going to be battling Ninjamon first. He became available here after I recruited Mojyamon. And the battle is going to be much the same. Use a protective floppy, try and poison Ninjamon, and revive myself when I need to, but wait until the counter falls to about 1. Okay, that's the last of our restores. So now we'll be moving on to our super restores. Our stats gains from these battles are big, which initially is a good thing because it's going to make our stats better for other battles. The bad news is that our stats are going to be getting closer to the thresholds, and there will come a point in which our stats will be too close to the thresholds and we won't be able to have any more battles without our stats exceeding the thresholds, and therefore we will end up in a position where we will be needing the butterfly to bring our stats down, so that we can then have more battles while keeping our stats under the threshold. I think we started this lifespan with 28 prosperity points. Greymon made it 30, Ninjamon made it 32, Cherrymon will make it 34. The reason why I don't revive Kunemon immediately is because the counter starts at 5, and then if the counter falls to 0, then you basically die, you basically lose a life, but you can revive, and you have, and you can do it at any stage before the counter reaches 0, and when the counter is going down, opposing Digimon who are poisoned will continue to lose HP from the poison, and also your finish gorge, the letters, that will continue to go up. You will continue to gain the next letter or get closer to gaining the next letter, and so by delaying the revive, by the time you get revived, the opposing Digimon will have less HP due to HP lost from poison, and you will be closer to getting a finish. And even though the finishes are not very powerful, you know, every little helps, and it just means that we should end up needing to use less items during the battles, because by delaying the revival of our Digimon, the opposing Digimon will be losing HP to poison, we will be getting closer to a finish, which we might be able to use and do a bit of damage, and so we should end up using less items in the battle, because we should end up getting attacked less in the battle, and we should also end up needing to revive our Digimon less, because the number of times that our HP falls to 0 should be less. Because when my HP is at 0 and my counter is going down, you know, I'm choosing to do nothing until the last minute. My Digimon will be safe. I'll be taking steps towards my next finish. The opposing Digimon will be losing HP to the poison, and so by the time I get revived, I'll be closer to defeating the opposing Digimon. And it just means that I should, you know, get attacked less, have my HP fall to 0 less, and just not need to use as many items. And that's a tactic that I will be using throughout this challenge. Protective Floppy at the earliest opportunity. Revive, but wait until the counter falls to 1. Rely on Poison Claw. Rely on Poison. Use finishes where possible. And once my stats get close to the threshold, then resort to the butterfly as a way of bringing my stats back down and enabling me to have more battles. Hey, you can see I'm heading to the Dino region. I'm going to be battling Terranamon. I hope to also battle Meteormon, recruit Terranamon, and have the first encounter with Nanimon. And here we go with the Terranamon battle. I couldn't see the timer, so I decided to put risks aside and revive earlier on. Cherrymon doesn't use a finish, but that didn't stop him from defeating me. Greymon and Ninjamon only defeated me with finishes. Cherrymon doesn't use a finish in this battle, but that didn't stop him from being able to reduce my HP to 0. He did manage it with Buster Dive, and the battle against Meteormon, he also doesn't use any finishes, but that's not to say that he's not a threat. I do have great concerns regarding how powerful Meltdown is going to be. Meltdown is my biggest concern. I am also somewhat concerned about Magma Bomb, but I can't say I'm worried about Megaton Punch or Tremor. But depending on how much damage Magma Bomb and Meltdown do, particularly Meltdown, I think it's very plausible that I will need to use Super Restores in the battle against Meteormon. If you are successful with defeating Meteormon, then you just need to return to Cherrymon, speak to him, Master Cherrymon will show up, Cherrymon will join the city, and the recruitment of Cherrymon is what causes Nanimon to spawn at the Dino region. He spawns on the spot that Meteormon was on, so if you go straight there after recruiting Cherrymon, you will encounter Nanimon, and this will be our first encounter with him, which means that he will drop the accessory which enables you to carry 20 items instead of 10. Something that's going to be very welcome, because our infantry is pretty full. We do have items in the item bank. You know, we are struggling for space. The battle wasn't as bad as I was fearing. I did have concerns that Meltdown would defeat Kunemon with just one attack, but that wasn't the case. Kunemon was able to survive it, and I was able to keep Kunemon alive by recovering HP. During the dialogue with Mojyamon after you defeat him, the game is prone to freezing if I go through it too quickly, and as a way of trying to prevent the game from freezing, I don't mash through the dialogue, and there's one specific bit of dialogue which I pause on for about 30 seconds. It's when he says about going to check out the island. I paused on that for about 30 seconds, but I edited the video and did a speed up so that it was only brief for you viewers, and that was all in the interest of preventing the game from freezing. And I have the same issue with when communicating with Leomon in Gear Savannah, Devimon in Greylord's Mansion, and Devimon in Mount Infinity. Going through the text too quickly can cause the game to freeze, and to prevent it, I don't just mash through the text, and there's one bit that I pause on for about 30 seconds, and then hopefully the game doesn't freeze, and I always edit the video and speed up the bit where I paused for about 30 seconds. It would be a good idea to try and see to the lava cave today. It would be a good idea to have the battle against Miramon, defeat and recruit him, and then speak to the Drimogemon. When you first enter the lava cave, you don't have access to the whole of the lava cave. But after defeating Miramon, you then have access to parts of the lava cave that you didn't previously have access to. And there's an area where there's a Drimogemon that's digging. It's the same Drimogemon who presented you with the opportunity to carry dirt for him. And if you speak to him and then leave and return 3 days later, he'll be done digging. And if you speak to him, then he will join the city afterwards. So defeating Miramon will be progress towards Drimogemon's recruitment. The sooner we can start the 3-day counter, the better. Ideally, we want to do it today so that we'll be able to recruit Drimogemon in just 3 days' time. And Miramon's recruitment will also be progress towards Leomon's recruitment. If we can recruit Miramon, then the only other requirement for being able to enter Leomon's ancestor's cave will be having a minimum of 45 prosperity points. And by going into Leomon's ancestor's cave, we can help ourselves to Leomon's ancestor's stone, present it to him in Gear Savannah, and then he'll join the city. There are quite a few items in the lava cave. Normally I would have to put quite a lot of my items into the item bank as a way of creating space for the items in the lava cave. But when I do things that way, my inventory only has the capacity for 10 items. But since my inventory now has the capacity for 20 items, I don't think we need to worry about trying to clear up our inventory. I'm sure that we will have more than enough space in our inventory for the lava cave items. Miramon drops an attack chip. There's 2 computers behind him, one with another attack chip, one with a medicine. There's a computer with a protective floppy, a computer with a super defense disc, and then 2 other computers where one of them has yet another attack chip and the other has a quick chip. The 3 attack chips will only take up 1 space, the medicine will take up 1 space. The protective floppy won't take up any space because we've already got protective floppies. Yeah, it will just get added to the other protective floppies. The quick chip will take up 1 space, the super defense disc will take up 1 space. I think that's just 4 spaces that will be taken up in total. And courteous of Mojyamon, we have clear access to the lava cave. Moving the boulder is not something that we could have done when we had Kunemon as our Digimon, so we moved it when we had Mojyamon as our Digimon, and thanks to him we are now able to challenge Miramon. You're probably noticing patterns with my general tactics. I'm relying heavily on poison. I'm also relying on an attack which is fast, hard to interrupt, and good at interrupting. This will reduce the number of times in which I will be getting attacked. And then, of course, the use of the protective floppies and the super restores, and this is pretty much how things are going to be for the rest of the challenge. You know, these tactics are pretty cheap, but they make a challenge like this most achievable. Day 20, Drimogemon will be done by day 23. Yeah, while the tactics are cheap, they do make a challenge like this, you know, a lot more achievable, and that's why I'm going to be, you know, continuing with the tactics that I've been using. And I don't want Kunemon to naturally Digivolve. I want him to be heading in the direction of Unimon as far as Digivolutions are concerned, so that I will be able to have Kunemon as my rookie Digimon for a maximum of 4 days. But the plan won't be to Digivolve to Unimon. Instead, it will be to Digivolve to Sukamon. I want to make as much progress as I am able to make while I've got Kunemon as my Digimon. It's crucial that I make it up to 50 prosperity points, because that's the number of prosperity points that you need to have in order to be able to unlock Mount Infinity if you speak to Digimon with a minimum of 50 prosperity points and a Digimon who is at least a champion. Then that will create the opportunity for you to battle Seadramon and have access to Mount Infinity. What I aim to do is get to a minimum of 50 prosperity points, Digivolve from Kunemon to Sukamon, speak to Digimon when I have Sukamon as my Digimon, and the necessary number of prosperity points so that I will create the opportunity to battle Seadramon, and then exit Digimon's house with an autopilot, go to Trash Mountain, Digivolve from Sukamon back to Kunemon. Kunemon's Digivolution counter will be back at 0. I will be able to have him for another 3 or 4 days, depending on how Digivolutions go. And I can then return to the city, attempt to enter Digimon's house, trigger the spot for Seadramon, get battled by Seadramon, defeat him, recruit him, and then Mount Infinity will be available for me, and hopefully I'll be able to see to the rest of the challenge. You know, I'm hoping that this lifespan will be enough for me to see to the rest of the challenge, and with me needing to Digivolve from Kunemon to Sukamon just once to reverse the Digivolution counter and also enable me to unleash Seadramon and gain access to Mount Infinity. But I'll want to leave that until like the last moment. I want to have Kunemon for as long as possible and make as much progress as possible before we reach the point where our Digivolution is close and we have to Digivolve to Sukamon as a way of preventing the Digivolution. stats. Attack has just gone up to 91. So I am starting to get concerned about my stats, more particularly my attack. It can't go up. It can only go up by 8 more. You know, it can't get any higher than 99. I'm going to battle Birdramon and hope that my attack stays under 100. I am very keen to recruit Birdramon because I am very keen to have the benefit of being able to use the Birdra transport. It'll really help me out with having shortcuts available to me, being able to get to places more easily, being able to save time. Okay, so what's the deal with our stats? Okay, attack's gone up to 97. So we're still succeeding at the challenge. I want the second Agumon battle to be my next priority, but if I have that battle with my current stats, then my attack will exceed the threshold, which means that the butterfly is going to be needed. When I make it through the Ogre Fortress, it's crucial that I avoid the 3 Agumons when progressing towards Agumon. And after defeating Agumon, I will want to follow that up with Cherrymon's recruitment, and it's vital that I avoid the Goborimon on the Great Canyon Bridge. Both of those things can be done. And I will need to ensure that I'm successful with it. But now that Seadramon's been recruited, I have easy access to the Great Canyon, which will certainly help us out. I wasn't able to sell everything in my inventory because my money would have gone up to the maximum, and that would have been a bit wasteful, so I sold some stuff, but I've held on to my attack chips and I will sell them when I'm able to sell them, while keeping my money below the maximum. Right, we need the butterfly, so we need to get our happiness down to the minimum, and it will also be helpful to get our discipline down to the minimum as well. And then with the butterfly we will be able to get ourselves into a position where we will be able to win the second Agumon battle while keeping our stats under the threshold. Yeah, now that our attack has, got to the point that it's got to, I do think that the butterfly is now going to be a very common and frequent thing. We didn't need it straight away because of how low our stats were, but after winning the battles that we've won, our attack is in the danger zone, and I think the butterfly is going to be very common and frequent here onwards. Use the butterfly to lower stats ahead of a battle, have the battle, and then need the butterfly again before getting into the next battle, winning that battle, and then needing the butterfly again, and just sort of keep going like that, really. The 3 Agumons, they have to be avoided before the Agumon battle. The Goborimon on the Great Canyon Bridge, he has to be avoided after the Agumon battle. while you are pursuing the recruitment of Cherrymon. Now, I don't need to rush. I have time on my hands. I need Kunemon's attack to be lowering from the butterfly, which is going to take time. Okay, we're entering the room where the 3 Agumons are. Made it past the 3 Agumons, don't need to worry about them anymore. And now we pretty much just wait until my stats are where I'd like them to be. I'm not happy with where they are, so I put my happiness and discipline back down, ready for another butterfly. Attack is at 90. I think I am happy with that. I scolded Kunemon to get rid of the butterfly, but now I'm having the second Agumon battle. And I'm hoping that my attack will stay under 100, otherwise I'll have to reset. Okay, good news. Battle 1. More good news, our attack has stayed under 100. Bad news, we are going to need the butterfly again before we will be able to have the next battle, whichever battle that will be. Okay, we've used the elevator, which means that the ground that Cherrymon is on has risen. And if we were to now go to Cherrymon, he would call out to us saying that he's stuck. If we were to go straight there from here, there's a Goborymon who we would have to get past, who isn't easy to avoid, and then Cherrymon would call out to us, and then further progress can be made from there. I'm just getting my happiness and discipline down because I want to have the butterfly. I'm not very good at avoiding the Goborymon, so instead I'm doing things differently. I used the elevator at the Olga Fortress, had it take me upwards so that the ground that Cherrymon is on would have risen. But then I exited with an autopilot, and if I return to the Great Canyon, go to Freezeland, enter the Great Canyon Bridge via Freezeland, Cherrymon will call out to me without me needing to pass Goborymon, and then I can backtrack from the Great Canyon Bridge to Freezeland to the Great Canyon, have the elevator take me to the lower part of the Great Canyon. From there, go to the fortress entrance, the Olga Fortress, use the elevator at the Olga Fortress to go upwards, then immediately use it to go back downwards, taking me back to the Olga Fortress, and then leave the Olga Fortress in the way where I will come out at the fortress entrance, go to the lower part of the Great Canyon, use the elevator to go up to the main part of the Great Canyon. From there, go to Freezeland, then the Great Canyon Bridge, and Cherrymon will be free and we will be able to recruit him. We were able to have the second Agumon battle while avoiding the 3 Agumons, and as long as I don't screw up, we are going to be able to recruit Cherrymon while avoiding Goborymon. There are also some items to be looted in the Olga Fortress. They were off limits initially, but became available after we defeated Agumon. I will be collecting those items. There won't be any sign of Nanimon at the Olga Fortress. In order for him to spawn at the Olga Fortress, you have to recruit Waymon, which requires having the 3rd Agumon battle. once that gets done, Nanimon will feature at the Olga Fortress, and we will be able to encounter him. And Kunemon is showing us the sleep bubble, which means that we are not going to be able to get any more joy from the butterfly until the sleep bubble goes away, and that is rather hampering because it means that we might not be able to get into any battles for the time being. Attack is the biggest threat. We are using the butterfly mainly to put our attack down, because our attack is the only stat which is close to the threshold. The butterfly is, lowering our other stats as well, which at the moment is not helping us. All of our stats are getting worse as a result of the butterfly, and that is going to make it harder for us to win battles. It's going to make it easier for our HP to drop to 0 during battles. But I suppose I could do some training where I train certain stats, the stats that are quite a bit lower than attack, the stats that are quite a way adrift of the thresholds. Try and bring those stats up. It will help us with the battles, and probably without creating any extra risks, because I imagine attack will remain in the lead, and that attack will continue to be the biggest complication, and that I will continue to need the butterfly to lower our attack, and the other stats will remain inferior to our attack. And I'll probably need to, and it might be a good idea to train such stats quite a few times during our upcoming days of having Kunemon as our Digimon. We're close to recruiting Cherrymon. He will put us up to 42 prosperity points. There won't be Article 8, nor will there be Article 7, but there should be Article 6 and all of the other articles prior to Article 6. Article 6 will be about Mojyamon, and it will set up the possibility. It will set us up for being able to see to the rest of Greylord's mansion. If we read the article and then go to Greylord's mansion, Mojyamon will be missing. We will have access to part of the Greylord's mansion that we didn't previously have access to, and from there we'll be able to recruit Skullgreymon. Article 2, I think, is linked to Betamon, where it says about crop circles, and if we go to Mount Panorama, there will be a second crop circle. If we acknowledge it, then that would be the next step towards Bedamon's recruitment, and then after doing that, if we get to 45 prosperity points, and go back to Cherrymon's article board, there will be Article 8, which is in connection to Betamon, and by returning to Mount Panorama there'll be even more crop circles, and Betamon will show up and then will join the city. As for Article 7, that article only shows up after you recruit Skullgreymon. The sort of Digimon that I've been battling lately, I mean, they are a lot tougher than the likes of Agumon, Palmon, Kunemon, Drimogemon, Otamamon, you know, the sort of opposition that we were against in the first lifespan. You know, the Digimon that we've been battling with Kunemon have been a lot tougher than those Digimon. But there are Digimon in this game a lot tougher than the Digimon that we've been battling lately. Digimon a lot tougher than the likes of Miramon, Birdramon, Greymon, Agumon, Ninjamon, etc. I mean, the Digimon in Mount Infinity are pretty much the toughest that there is, and you know, in battles my HP has been falling to 0. I have been needing to revive my Digimon, but you know, we have much worse battles ahead of us, and the number of restores that we've had to use in the battles so far is nothing compared to how many we are going to be needing to use against much tougher opposition. When we're fighting against the elite opposition, it might be a case of my HP falling to 0 every time I get attacked, and me then needing to revive. So, you know, the worst is ahead of us, and the worst is a lot worse than what we have been encountering so far. I don't want to let Kunemon sleep. Instead, I want to keep him awake so that we can make progress during his inactive hours. That probably can't currently be spent getting into battles, but we can at least do some training, you know, work on our lower stats, and we can also, you know, recover tiredness by resting. I think Kunemon's active hours begin at 4 PM, and we can make sure that we then get the butterfly at 4 PM, lower our attack along with our other stats, but mostly be prioritizing attack, and then getting ourselves into a position where we can have another battle and without any of our stats exceeding the threshold. 12 midday, I think it's 4 hours until Kunemon's active period starts. So we only need 4 more hours to pass. Okay, so speed is 90, defense is 89, attack is 96, HP is 808, MP is 753, brains is 65. Not sure how significant brains is though. Okay, well, defense is now 91, MP 833. Okay, MP is over 900, defense is up to 93, defense is still inferior to attack. MP is over 900, but not much over 900. And there's not any great risk of our MP exceeding the threshold anytime soon. As the stats gains from battles is generally the same for HP and MP as it is attack, defense, speed, and brains. So proportionately it's a much smaller stat boost for HP and MP than it is for attack, defense, speed, and brains. If HP is at 900, it would have to go up by 100 in order to exceed the threshold. If attack is 90, then it'll only need to go up by 10 in order to exceed the threshold. So if they both go up by, say, 5, then, you know, that will put attack a lot closer to the threshold, but won't put HP much closer to the threshold. Right, what we need is the butterfly. With the happiness and discipline that we've got, that should come into play shortly. What can we do in the meantime? I mean, I suppose we could go to Mount Panorama and acknowledge the second crop circle, and then we only need 45 prosperity points in order for there to be article number 8. Read that, go back to Mount Panorama, and then we will be able to recruit Betamon. We're at 42 prosperity points. We need 45 for Betamon and for access to Leomon's Ancestor's Cave. We need 50 for Seadramon and Mount Infinity, as well as Betamon at the native forest. We have 42 prosperity points, so we're not far away. Yeah, I just want my higher stats to go down. The butterfly is making that happen, and I'm just aiming to make any sort of progress that can be made while the butterfly is doing its trick. If I get up the Digivolution guide, there are 4 Digimon that Kunemon can naturally Digivolve to: Bakemon, Cherrymon, Kuwagamon, and Vegimon. If I get up Bakemon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP, which obviously we won't fulfill. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. I'm not too sure about that. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. I'm not too sure about that. And then the bonus condition, either a minimum of 28 techniques or have your happiness at a minimum of 50%. We won't be getting 28 techniques, that's for sure, and our happiness is currently under 50%, but it's hard to say where my happiness will be over the upcoming days. Our weight is 11, so currently we're not fulfilling the weight requirement for Bakemon. That and the stat requirement is enough for us to rule out Bakemon at the moment and not have to worry about care mistakes or bonus condition. But if our weight was to get to within the range of 15 and 25, we would then need to worry about the care mistakes and bonus condition, because we wouldn't be able to succeed at both of those as well as the weight requirement. We would have to fail at either the care mistake requirement or the bonus condition. Cherrymon stat requirement is 1000 HP, 1000 MP, 100 attack and 100 speed. We obviously won't be fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. I'm not sure about that. I mean, I have been taking Kunemon to the toilet, I have been feeding him when he wants to eat, but I haven't been letting him sleep. And the care mistake, which is linked to sleeping, I'm not entirely sure how it works. I have like a couple of sort of ideas of how it possibly works, but I'm not sure. And I want the butterfly again because I want my attack to be below 90, and I'm attempting to do the Ice Sanctuary skip. And succeeded at it. Usually you can only enter Ice Sanctuary with a vaccine Digimon, but the Ice Sanctuary skip enables you to enter the Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon. Kunemon is a virus Digimon, and therefore shouldn't be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary. But with the Ice Sanctuary skip, I was able to enter with him as my Digimon. The items in the Ice Sanctuary have been looted already, but we haven't yet recruited Mojyamon, and that's what I've come here for. The weight requirement for Cherrymon is 25 to 35. Currently we're not fulfilling that. Bonus condition, either have a minimum of 35 techniques or have Kunemon as your Digimon. So it's a guarantee that we will fulfill the bonus condition for Cherrymon, but we definitely won't have the stats and definitely don't currently have the weight. And if we can continue to avoid the weight requirement, then we won't need to worry about Cherrymon, regardless of care mistakes. Right, just want the butterfly to... I was about to say, just want the butterfly to finish doing its job, but then it got interrupted by Kunemon wanting to eat. I would like the butterfly to come back and finish its job. But I'm just going to go ahead with the battle, see how it turns out. I can always reset if it doesn't work out. Not to mention that since Kunemon is a virus type, and the 3 random Digimon in this area are also virus types, there was a good chance that not all 3 of them were going to battle me. There was a fair chance that only one would battle me. That's exactly what happened, and that's going to be very helpful because I'm going to get a smaller stat boost as a result of only having one opponent.